Welcome back. It's the third day at the Internet Governance Forum 2021. One is the Remote Hub from ISDC. And now we will have a speech, one of the founding member of ISDC, Giovanni Caria, at CenturiaLabs Research, who will tell us about the massive fall of cybersecurity in the modern industry and the real need of a total new approach.
Yeah, so, thanks everybody. Good morning.
I'm leaving the stage. Feel free to speak.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Alessandro. So basically, this speech, I don't have slide because it's just on a reflection. Yeah, not reflection. I'm sorry. It's just but analysis more than this about the state of cybersecurity right now. Every day we read hacker attack, ransomware attack, DDoS, and whatever. And this, if we take away all the sensationalistic, let me say that, the bad journalism that usually they talk about hacker attack with a ransomware, but it's not hacker attack, it's like cyber crime stuff, because it will take an advantage. Hacker attack is more complicated, it's more forged. So basically, we read every day such things, and it seems that it's like a war bulletin. So how many dead we have every day? And this is wrong, because cybersecurity must prevent such attack, right? So the real question, why an enterprise company, a huge company, can't stop to being disrupted by a simple click? And this is a big question, because if an enterprise company invests a lot of money, but even a small amount of money with nice appliance, firewall, EPS, EDS, ADR, IDP, and whatever, why with a simple click, everything get disrupted? And it's not about, it's also about governance, but it's not about certification, university degrees, doctorate, and whatever. No, because the criminal, the cyber criminal, don't have any certification usually, and they don't mind engineering approach. So try to analyze. One of the case, a ransomware attack destroy everything. Okay, so it means there's a lack of governance, there's a lack of skilled people behind. For me, one of the most bad point of this, of the failure of the strategy, is try to focus more on an engineer approach, where the cyber criminal have no engineering approach. Is a technical skill, yes, but is not straight and focused like an engineering. You use different way, different methods, different fantasy and thinking out of the box. So for this, from my point of view, there's a lack of, there's a big fail of in the cybersecurity business, that it become only as a business, because it's impossible if I bought the last and the best of APS firewall, next generation firewall, or whatever. It's not usually 70%. Let me say that in my experience, I saw that 70% of them. Okay, I bought this and I'm secure. That's the totally wrong way to think. And in my career, I saw many times a nice appliance, security appliance. I can't do the name, but next generation firewall, very well, very fine. Use it as a router, no security policy, configure it. So, but we bought for a lot of money this firewall, next generation firewall. Why didn't defend us? So this is the fail of the strategy. This is the fail of the situation right now. We had in the last few months, even a big vendor loses a lot of points in London Business Exchange and whatever, because it's not basically their fault. They produce something nice, but the perception of the company or an enterprise company is totally wrong. And this is one, because they focus on the appliance instead to the skilled people behind. Not only the engineering aspect, but also the other point of view, that is more the criminal point of view. And the cyber criminal point of view will always find a way to get. Many times in a high secure environment, I found the big problem was to be too confident in technology, and with social engineering they fail totally, and this is bad, So you can invest all the money you want, but if in a social engineering attack you failed, so this is the vector for malware, phishing, and scam. And this is one part. Another big fail of the cybersecurity area right now is it seems that cybersecurity is only a huge investment. So big money, if you want to be secure, you must invest big money. No, it's not, because skilled people can use a lot of open source things and have the same level of security. Because the rules and be proactive and prevent all the stuff don't skill you. You have to know that understand the network and the cybersecurity attack and how to prevent. Because basically, almost everything we can summarize in some type of behavior. So for this, we have a huge area of single professional and small medium company that they avoid totally the cybersecurity. Why? Because it is a huge cost. But single professional and small and medium companies are the user of huge company and the other portal, even institutional portal. So we defend one part in some way, but then we open the risk to 1,000 or million people. So another problem, from my point of view always, is the high cost of cybersecurity. Cybersecurity audit and monitoring and whatever need to be adequate to the real value of the asset to put on security. And this is another. So it seems become more and more only business, instead a strategy and a state of mind and approach. And this can be the second point. Another big fail is the no responsibility. For example, we saw in the last 5 years, let me say that, we saw a lot of company expert in cybersecurity, expert in doing pen test, expert in even in invent and create new words that still I don't know what they mean. After 26 years in cybersecurity and in network, are new even for me. So there's no responsibility. For example, a company that just make a marketing campaign that every newspaper say, we are the best and they are the best. So the customer arrive, the customer is ignorant in that way. He don't know how to choose and which are the value to considering professional or not. And this bring also the aspect when you hear, I'm a cybersecurity expert. No, you can't be expert, because cybersecurity and attack is evolving day by day. You can be a specialist in some area and other things, but expert is a huge word, is a big word, and usually doesn't work so nice in fact. So we have a lot of new companies that claim they are expert for everything. They do a pen test, they do an audit, and usually they bring a lot of problem because it's a business only. They have no, they are not skilled. They just read somewhere what to do, or they just use automatic tools and they think that's cybersecurity. It's not, totally not. They don't ask for agreement. I will start my audit and all the attack from that IP, and no, nothing of that. And this is necessary. And if something happened, if that company made an audit, a pen test, for example, and something the day after happened, it's not our fault. You changed something or we didn't see. No, I think this will be avoided to allow. What if the government say, okay, like a doctor or surgeon, okay, if you want to do cybersecurity, you must prove that you are able to do, and you take the responsibility of what you write in the report. In this way, I think customer get less scammed and will be more happy to have a professional. The cost of cybersecurity will be normalized and adapted on the real value of the asset, because I remind to everyone that the cost of security can't be bigger than the cost of the asset to be secure. And this is a rule. In the past 3 years, I made more than 400 penetration tests after somebody else did. And the report was only a Nessus scan. Nothing to say against Nessus, but like everything, you need to understand and you need to know how to use and what the scanning say. And it's not a pen test, it's a vulnerability scanning, pretty different. No, 400 in the last years are too much. And when they told me how much they spent, it was ridiculous. I remember a company with 4 servers hosted in the house and 20 clients. They spent $30,000 for pen test, for vulnerability scanner, let me say that. So this is not cybersecurity. It's a bad market that destroy the credibility and the confidentiality, even that, of cybersecurity. Every skill need to be paid adequately, and I agree totally. But at the same time, can't just for selling do whatever they want, because being updated to do a correct pen test or a vulnerability scanning, it means every day you have to keep studying something. And this is another big. If the government say, okay, you want to do cybersecurity pen test, well, you will take the responsibility of what you write in the report. Will change a lot. And I'm sure that a lot of people disappear. A lot of company that claim be expert. I dig a little bit in the past history, and there was a graphic designer. There was a company that sold color for the wall, and then suddenly they become cybersecurity expert. It happens 2 years ago. So there are already some fail. We talk about the journalism that usually to make the news, they create clickbait, right? It's not. I don't think even is a mean way they try to do, but I think they don't care. They don't understand the impact to the people. I read some crazy things about the denial of service, distributed denial of service, that they don't even, like in Italy, we say, nothing on the sky, nothing on the earth can exist. No? But they was important and well-known journalist. And this is another responsibility. You have to give right information because the people from the other side have to understand, right? Another big problem about formation is training people. We see even right now, everybody can train, become a cybersecurity expert. There's a lot of training, most of them improvised. We didn't make a big research because I like to, for who don't know, CenturiaLabs is a research company in cybersecurity. We have our honeypot and whatever, and we try to understand how the cybercrime goes and how the cybersecurity goes. No, and ISDC as well was born to draw a line. For a quality of cybersecurity, and this is what we do. So even the training. Usually people try to promise, oh, you will be the most expert in the world with this course that costs 5,000 euro or 3,000 euro or 8,000 euro. And in 2 weeks, you will become expert. The studying of cybersecurity is not only the attack, it's also the network, it's also the governance, a lot of technology. And just to know and learn the basic of all those technology, it takes time. It takes a lot of time. So it's impossible in 2 or 3 weeks you will become an expert. And we already say that expert is a big word. Specialist in something. So also this is something that helped the fail of cybersecurity. Right now, we don't have another point of failure is right now we don't have a real hacker attack. No, we have ransomware mainly attack because just one click. Now, somebody skilled in programming hide a code that use a bug or a feature. Somebody click. Even in high security environment, everything is destroyed. That's pretty funny. At the same time, we have script kiddies, people that just download the tools, they put a domain and find a misconfiguration, and they click, we are a hacker. No, it's not hacking that. It's just something else. So basically, the developers are the most hacker right now because they just don't program. if you see, they just don't write code. They just use a framework. They just go in a Stack Overflow or somewhere else. They just and they just copy a piece of code and they use in the framework. Pretty famous what's happened some times ago about the Green Pass portal. It was Adolf Hitler Green Pass running around. How can be that? Because on GitHub, somebody coded the way to go into there in a portal that some country uses. But at the same time, even Google can be used to find the misconfiguration of the people. Everything can be summarized. The developers and the lack of skills is the main problem. So a real hack is something you have to think, something creative, something with the fantasy that use the technology. But it never starts with technology. It starts with an idea, with something genius. Yeah, something like an old movie in Italy say, cos'è il genio? What is the genius? And it's true, because the real hacking is something, is a piece of art, is a masterpiece of art. So I put all this point. Of course, last but not least, governance. Governance is another funny point, because it's very important, because you can write a process and you can put control in the process, and this already reduce the risk of something. No, but right now there's no time for any process. Doesn't matter if you follow, you have to get certified ISO, GLI, NIST, or whatever. No, who cares? It's something that company have to do, and somebody helps say, yeah, don't worry. It's done, even if it's not. I can bring a lot of example. For example, ISO that I went through, and they say, who wrote this audit? Who said it's okay? And they say, I don't know. I just send some answer, and they give me the certification. It's not the certification that promise you are safe. It's the mental process that you will build for your company to reduce the of attack or compromission. Another thing is, the company is not only exposed out from internet. The attack doesn't come only from internet. It came also from inside. So you see, we have a lot of bad things. For this, I say, need to rethink totally a strategy of cybersecurity. It's not preventing and proactive, but is let's fix when something happens. It's not the main. This is the fail of cybersecurity. Need skilled people. Invest more in skilled people than in appliance. Because appliance doesn't matter if it's called A or B or C. They have to defend the same principle. Think, you open a shop, every type of shop. You rent the place, or you buy the place, you buy the furniture inside, then you buy the items to sell. But at the same time, you buy insurance and you put alarm that thief not coming in. The same things is your website. Is your website or your company. And seem nobody can understand it. So why all those money and where they goes if a simple click destroyed everything? need a mayor governance made by people that know, and not just blah blah hour of meeting that bring to nothing. A real governance that know the real problem, because the problem of company is not the same of the problem of B company. So process is not a template, it's something tailored. And it's the same the security. For example, the last med tech is a pay. They don't care about cybersecurity or secure their product. They just need to make the product ready before the competitors. Again, it's important to rethink less blah blah and more action and more skilled people, because skilled people, vendor appliance or open source stuff, it can put a high level security. Thanks for listening my my opinion.
Thank to you, Giovanni. It has been a pleasure to these personal insights of the state of the art of cybersecurity and its problem.
Can see what I'm saying.
You dealt with also the matter of instant expert, or the piece of paper that solves everything. Once done, you have not to do again. While cybersecurity, we said it more than once in the past days, a recurring process. You don't go and check your security once and then forget about it for the next 10 years. You could be lucky, but that's not risk management.
Yeah.
It's just accepting the risk and putting on the bet the safety of the data of the people you are using.
Yeah, and it's sad because I wonder how the investment where they go if there's no security. It's weirdo.
Okay, let's not ask too many questions. Unless we are certain, absolutely sure we want to get to know the answer.
We will see in the next few years how it will go.
Mm-hmm. Okay, our next appointment is half past 1 Central European time. So bye for now. We'll be seeing each other in a couple of hours. Welcome back. We are here for the afternoon session of the Remote Hub of Internet Governance Forum by ISDC. Our planned guest couldn't be present, but luckily for us and for you, RightsChain came to the rescue. And if they unmute themselves, we can even listen to them.
I wasn't saying anything, so.
So
thanks for having me here as a recovery plan.
More worthy substitute.
Yeah.
So anyway, the topic is not changed because we are still talking about the problem associated with biological material and data. So I don't steal any more time to Sebastian, and I let him start his speech.
Okay, so thank you again for the room and to be able to attend these panels. The topic that we're going to see here at the Remote Hub was about AI and data management in the medical application, in biological field. So we will stick to a similar concept, whereas the digital data associated to biological material. So for this presentation, I prepared a little bit of a forward, so to clear some topics that can be problematic. This presentation assumes the following assumptions, which is digital data is just the representation of data or information on a digital storage system. Its morphology does not change based on the information it holds. So whatever is the information I hold within a file or a database, the morphology, the characteristics of the digital data itself will not change. The information value and impact change of the outcome of this information, of the management of this information, changes based on the quality of the data it's built on. So if the data source is unreliable, the information and the outcomes may be unreliable as well, and actually they will most probably be inaccurate. So if the source data is inexact, as I mentioned a while ago, the information will compromise, but the digital data itself can still hold on to its integrity. So here we are talking about quality of information of data rather than of the reliability of data itself as a digital representation of it. So just to give an example, if we have all the sources that generates the data and we work on potentially valid in terms of quality terms data, we can have an information that is reliable and can produce some positive effects. But if any of these parts within this chain of information computing is compromised, the outcome or the information that outcomes of this computing will be altered or inaccurate or wrong based on the impact that it may have. But as you can see, the digital data itself is still intact, as it is not compromised, because it's the information stored that makes the difference in the information, in the outcome of information, rather than the quality and the reliability of the system that stores the data itself. So when in today's scenario, if we extend this concept to machine learning algorithms or anything that can be done with the artificial intelligence algorithms, any kind of wrong information within the data, in the quality of the data, may compromise in an exponential way the outcome of the AI algorithm. As you can see in yellow, in orange or yellow, in this slide, the data is not qualitatively reliable, so there are maybe any kind of mistakes or inaccuracies in the data. The digital storage system is still intact, so the digital data is integer and is not compromised, but the outcome of the machine learning algorithms that can be applied to this data will be exponentially flowed at the end of this computing process. So the statements in this presentation are based on our experience in the medical and pharmaceutical fields as a direct research on biodata management, the morphology of biological data, the type of biological data, databases that can be managed, and the data source, how these databases can be built, the cybersecurity incidents and impacts we had, and we are planning to have later today a discussion about cybersecurity, applications of digital data in healthcare that we could work with or participate in, and governance and development of healthcare data policies. So how data for healthcare should be managed within the organization from both the governance aspects and the technological aspects. Nonetheless, the analysis of proof of concepts of applications for data protection, as well ISO governance specifications in pharmaceutical or medical environments. Specifically, we've been involved earlier this year in the ISO 23807 specification for biobanks. So having made these quick perhaps too quick assumptions. Let's see again what are the key features of digital data. The main advantages we have in managing data in a digital form is that the data is extremely versatile. We can access information in many forms through many tools. We can index data. We can access information pretty quickly if we know how to search for it. We can transfer data in an extremely feasible way using different methods and solutions. We can copy and edit this data in an extremely easy manner so that we can keep working on and updating our databases on a really easy way and scale the information with ease. Digital data on the Counter-Strike, the digital data can be easily compromised and is exposed to a number of factors of risk, which can be confidentiality if the data is lost accidentally or by intent. Data can be sensitive. Biological data specifically can hold a massive amount of holds a massive amount of sensitive information about the people's health, about the state of health of people. It is volatile, so we can lose the information. It's as easy as we can edit this information. The information can be also altered without intent, so we can just insert bad information without even noticing it. We have variants. We can have multiple copies of the databases or the files based on how many copies we create of it. We can lose the data, as in systems can be damaged, or they can be. We already seeing thefts and heist of data in the current cybersecurity landscape. So we have other means. The previous ones were the physical risks the data is exposed to, but we have also a preservation of the data can be problematic, specifically for biodata, which can be conserved for a long period of times. So we have plenty of information within biodata that can be formed and presented as metadata. So we can have different classifications of information. We can have to exchange the information with extraterritorial facilities or foreign facilities, for example. So different systems and different information systems for management of these databases. We can have to migrate. We can see situations where data is being migrated between different generations of information technologies. So the upgrades of systems, the information infrastructures being upgraded with the pass of time. Data can be migrated through different databases. Nonetheless, we have the extension of this use to cloud storage systems. So data can be used in cloud infrastructures, which cannot be in our territorial area of competence, and they can just be abroad, or we can have no control over these infrastructures. So this is more governance and knowledge of the type of environments the data can be worked with. Last but not least, data needs certification to understand where it comes from, how it is managed, who created the data, and what is the process that created the data that builds the specific database. We need to assure that the data is not compromised over time. As we said, the information can be stored for a long period of time, and that we need to be able to handle and provide information and exhibit on how data is stored. If the data is changed because it has a revision tracking should be kept in count as well. If data is transferred between different parties, we also need to keep tracking of shipments of this information, who received it, how it was received, and if it was received correctly. Last but not least, we have data sources. Data can come from different sources. We should be able to also check who provided the data and how it was obtained. So this is a supply chain of databases and information, biological information can be managed with. Last, probably but not least, we have the human factor. So the information may be created or reviewed by people. There may be dialectical or lexical differences between different people who managed or insert or edit the information. Also, psychological and physical conditions of the operator that is working with that data can influence the outcome of on the quality of the information stored in the databases, as well as editing and publishing. So publishing of information, specifically in the medical field, publishing information must be as accurate as possible, and it must rely on extremely precise information provided by the database. We've been talking about cyber risks, digital data itself. So here we are talking about the digital assets specifically. Digital assets are exposed to accidents as natural disasters, arson, or damage of the hardware the data is stored on. So digital assets are stored on. Software malfunctions, which is not really untypical. We can have unauthorized access from different users or other softwares. We can have data breaches, phishing attacks, which actually leverage the human factor within a corporation. We have viruses and ransomwares that can compromise the data. So what are the applications of this kind of data that is so massively collected? We have the research as a purpose. We have the publications of information and communication, public press releases, presentations to the government authorities of the findings about a specific research. So Everything of this is applied in healthcare. Where we are talking about healthcare, we are usually talking about we are talking about the health of people in a specific society group. Should the data and information stored within be inaccurate, we can, with the publications and information, can get to wrong conclusions, incomplete publications, or inexact findings, which actually have an impact on health of the population. So when we talk about digital data management and digital assets, we need to keep in consideration all of the previous mentioned factors and understand that this information needs some specific approach. So we have already technologies that provide a set of features that can accommodate the first requirements, which is we have hardware storage, hardware softwares, backups, and disaster recovery solutions that can cover requirements as the storage, the accessibility of data, prevent the loss of information, the cyber risk exposure, and of course, here I apologize, we have a double checklist. The storage is mentioned twice. We have digital signature features, which are not as widely implemented as one might think, but we have from mid 1990s, we already have more and more sophisticated digital signature features that allows us to verify if the source is who is it pretending to be, so we can verify who is the source of the information. We can have classification of the information using encryption to avoid accidental exposure of data to the public, and verify the integrity. So over time, if we can verify whether the data was altered or not, and if we still have the original source information in our database. New technologies, we've been working on this for the past 5 years. New technologies like blockchain allows providing more features like the long-term conservation. This kind of technology implementation can provide a really long-term, virtually infinite time data preservation within its registry, and provides an extension of the traditional digital signatures features, especially in a consortiated environment. We held a speech about this earlier this week. So along the ISDC Remote Hub, we already covered proof of concepts and some examples of this kind of application. As you can see, the only part that has been left out is the quality, because there is actually no technology itself that can provide the quality and can grant the quality of the information stored within a digital database or digital asset. So the only thing that provides this kind of coverage is the governance. So having a strong governance of how the data is managed, how the data is created, how it's transferred, how it's evaluated and computed is the only way to ensure that the outcome of some information is reliable. If we get to the earlier example of artificial intelligence computations, which is more and more widespread and used among corporations, if we can verify where the data was compromised, or we can assure that the data we were working on has not been compromised, therefore we can rely on the outcome of the algorithm and be worried exclusively about the quality of the algorithm itself. If the data used to apply some machine learning or deep learning algorithm is compromised, the problem is as we said, exponentially higher and provides less reliable outputs and information at the end of its computation. So the technological adoption within data management covers the digital assets problems, but does not cover the quality of the information itself. For the quality of information itself, still regulations, specifications, procedures, and strong governance is the only way to provide information reliability and availability for further use. So with this, I completed my speech about this topic specifically. As usual, the presentation will be available shortly in the next days within the ISDC website or any of the social media channels. And thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Sebastian. So, one personal issue. You mentioned ISO guidelines.
Yeah.
But they are in the actual moment. Is there an ISO guideline on concerning data that has reached the level of norm instead of just best practice?
So the
speculation of best practice so far.
Specifically, the 23007, which is the ISO specification for biobanks, is being implemented and delivered as a requirement in Italy for sure this year.
Mm-hmm.
Earlier this year, we held a speech specifically about this problem with Accredia, which is the one of the Italian entities that provide accreditation for ISO norms. And this is something that is being worked on this year and for the next year. So it should become a de facto implementation by the end of 2022, if I remember well. But I would suggest to get to the Accredia website for more specific information. Mm-hmm. But yes, this is becoming a de facto standard requirement for biobanks.
Because anyway, you need a common, I wouldn't say legal, but technical best practice frame just to know if the data are kept safe and if the chain of information is
yes, like I said, it's more the technologies itself is accountable for about 20% of the entire data management and asset management, digital asset management part. The other things is governance. So having a good knowledge, the best knowledge you can have on how your data arrives to your database and how do you work with it allows you also to identify eventual problems and solve the problem in the moment they were created. So that's part of the process. But like I said, it's a process. It's not a solution. You cannot just purchase a package that gives you this kind of
you're certified and
that's well, actually the ISO specification sees constant audits during time. So at least quarterly, usually you get audited about the procedures. If within the findings something is found wrong, then there are consequences that can also see the leverage of and suspension of the certification. Yeah, which means that if a biobank should a biobank be certified and something be found not wrong, not good, and not complying to the procedures, they may see their certification being lifted. And once the certification is being lifted, that means they cannot work with any public health or private health structure any longer. So the impact from a business point of view can be devastating.
Yeah, you said technology is 20% of the process.
Yeah, I know.
How much is the human factor? How much is the company culture?
So you can say with some is that it's accountable for the remaining 80%, just because procedures are based on human factors. So if someone tries to avoid the procedure, you have the problem, and that's a human factor. That cannot even be the procedure itself problem. The culture is for sure one of the most important things. Whereas the stronger is the culture within a company, the more likely the personnel of that company will work trying to grant as much as possible the compliance to the specific regulation, having in mind the reason why they are doing this, the importance of such proceeding, and as well as the quality of the outcome. So if you have a strong policy but a weak culture company, that's probably not going to work. You need to have both running well in order for people to comply with it will become just on daily basis an habit rather than an imposed policy.
Have you ever worked as a private auditor before the coming of the
for the IT part? Yes, we provided in past due diligence and for governance and data management, as well as IT security policies and tests for compliance to different levels of certifications, not specifically ISO, or not only specifically ISO, but mostly on data management. So just to distinguish the parts where biodata as a digital asset, yes, we worked on that. On digital biodata itself, no, there are organisms that are specialized in that.
There is another question I would like to ask, how many clients did they listen to what you told them about at the end of the auditing? But
I have to say, if we are talking about healthcare structures or pharmaceutical structures, there is an incredibly high level of feedback. So the company cultures is usually extremely focused on intellectual property and the outcome of their work. So they have a strong culture on that kind of problem. So the outcome is extremely positive. If we switch fields and we go to the small businesses, we will be talking about this later. So I think we will be able to have some more to talk about. That really varies on the type of company you go to. So I have to say, in our activity in the past 4 years, I have to say we had extremely positive feedbacks, and the companies coming with the IP or the data quality issue as their primary goal, there was extremely positive effect. If they came up for the certification purpose, so the objective was obtaining a certification or getting in compliance with something, that was much more hard to achieve because they didn't understand the means. So that was the cultural problem we were talking about a little earlier. So this is why I think you need to have a strong hold of both things. So a strong governance that is created based on a strong culture. This is from our perspective and from our experience.
Thank you very much, Sebastian. So
thank you again.
We are going to have a little break, and in half an hour we will be back about another problem of culture and the problem between generation, or the so-called digital divide.
Nice, interesting. See you later. Have a nice day. Bye.
Welcome back. It's time for our next panelist. So let me introduce you Antonio Putrino.
Hello, everybody.
Who is president of an Italian association that we can roughly translate like the digital is on the way. And we will talk about one of the red thread of today, the problem of culture and the problem of managing intergenerational security differences, or I guess you are going to talk us about the so-called digital divide between different generations, or I'm wrong.
Well, you're kind of right. Well, I will try, of course, not to make it neither technical nor too boring academical way. Well, first of all, of course, I want to thank you, all the people involved in organizing these events. I've been following quite a few of them, and they seem to be very interesting. I like the mix of different kind of people, from technical to less technical people like me. Of course, it has not been easy, so congratulations on all the people that have been working on it. For me, it's quite a pleasure to be here and to be able to talk with the Museum Conference Framework for IGF. Of course, special thanks to you at ISDC and to CenturiaLabs for the engagement. As you said, my name is Antonio Putrino. I am an economist. I've been working for over 30 years in the technology field. We founded with some friends an organization called Digital di Strada. You say digital is on the way. That's a very good translation. Congratulations. And was founded as an NGO and is made up of different professionals from different fields and different backgrounds. Quite an interesting team of professionals that actually decided to get together and do something first person to actually spread some news. We have different people in life have different roles, from lawyers to blockchain expert to security expert to digital entrepreneur. One common interest is, of course, spreading the digital culture across the population. Not only the population of private people, but also small and medium enterprise, institution. And we do it in a fun way. We decided to get to meet each other, usually during our busy work life. We don't have the time to socialize here within ourselves. We meet quickly with online meetings several times. We cannot travel there much lately, but to be able to meet once a year for a couple of weeks and travel together, seriously travel like from city to city, it's quite an interesting experience. So of course, there is an open invitation to any professional who would like to join us. Go to our website and contact us. We'll be pleased to get to know other people and to get those people involved. What we do is we meet private citizens, institutions, small medium enterprise, and we try to sensibilize those people about digitalization and security. We try to show them what are the opportunities and, of course, what are the risks. So we go from explaining them, explaining like older people how to use computer in their daily life, why they should not avoid using computers, to show younger crowd how they can use the computers in a better way and how not to abuse computer usage. Of course, we address privacy issues, what's related to our common use of computers. We try to make them aware of risk. So making sure people are aware of the risk involved in their digital life, because we do have a digital identity nowadays. So talking from cybercrime to cyberbullying in school, to scam, to social engineering.
If I'm allowed, Antonio,
please.
I think that one of the main issues today is when you reach for the digital world, it's you think it as bidimensional or something totally different from the three-dimensional reality we all inhabit, and you're not aware of the consequence of what you are saying, or perhaps you are talking, thinking like, on social media, thinking like you're talking with your friend, but the information is accessible to everyone, or you put something online and you don't think that 20 years from now that things come back to haunt you.
Exactly. Well, you're touching a very important point. Younger crowds, well, not only the younger crowd, even the elder people, it's quite funny the way they interact with, you're talking about social media in general. Think about, somebody young, putting on Instagram a picture of them going out for a party night, oh, it's my birthday, let's get drunk and get wasted, and then, post pictures and post the pictures with the tags of the name of the people that is drunk there on the floor. Well, these pictures may be hunting you later on when you're looking for a job. Of course, you're sending a CV and somebody goes and types in some nice tools for multinationals or for bigger organizations right now. Over the next years, they will be available for anybody pretty much, and you're able to do a background check. So I don't care anymore what did you study, what you didn't. If I see a picture of you vomiting on the street or, doing stupid things on the street, do I really want to have you on board? Or maybe you're the best person. However, this is the image you're providing. Same issue for the older people, they get, politically involved. They start saying all kind of things. Let's take it now as an example with COVID. Novak's people making quite strong assumptions and giving their minds in the public way, and suddenly, 2 days later, they get a letter saying you're fired. Why? Because you said something you were not supposed to say. I mean, this is happening on a daily basis. We're seeing it every day on TV, and so we see that, as you correctly stated, we are treating our digital life differently, way differently than we treat our real life, and this is quite a problem. So it's like, sending passwords to somebody, we don't mind sending quickly a password over WhatsApp to a friend. Well, it's like giving your house key to somebody. How many times have you given your house key to somebody just quickly? Or I leave it there next to the door? I don't think you do it very often. If so, please let me know where you leave and I'll come and stop by quickly. But that's what we do on during our tours. So that's exactly what we see. We see a different generation, people behaving in a different way in the digital life compared to the real life. You call it 2-dimensional, 3-dimensional life. And I'm trying to show a bit what we have also in the business world, what we see on the workplace. In this age, we have a very particular age. It has never been like this before. Generations have been changing faster, much faster than we used to. When we used to be a kid, I'm turning 50 quite soon. When I used to be, much younger, 18 or 20, we used to think that the generation would last about 15 years, pretty much, before the next generation would be in. Nowadays, we are in a workforce where we already have generation that range, where the range between themselves is 5, 6, 7 years in between, and they already don't talk to each other. They already see quite heavy differences.
You are the older version of me.
well, I'm a bit older than you, most probably. But
no, I think in between of this gap of 5 years, no, you are already old. You don't understand as young.
Well, it's true. They are adopting new ways of communication. They have, they socialize in a different way, and very often they don't get very well across to each other. If you think we have a group of people who used to use Pinterest as an example, talk to the younger crowds, they don't even know what Pinterest is. Many of them, they simply didn't see it. And Pinterest was very big, had a hype for a couple of years, and then it disappeared, or pretty much disappeared.
I also remember MySpace, but you, like me, you are someone
who
old. From the old MS-DOS and personal computer, where the personal computer were really personal. And nowadays, my father, who is a retired engineer, complains that this stuff is something connected to the big guy who watches you even if you are wielding. Talk about Windows updating itself when it wants to.
Well, like every other application nowadays, they do it automatically. But yeah, as you said, we do see, too many differences, too many generations right now. And these generations holding to each other, having different habits. And this is seriously the first time that we have these people all working together. So we can find right now in the workplace about 5 different generations working together. And of course, you'll find the older people still writing emails, and the younger crowd pretty much not even using them and using only instant messaging as an example. And of course, exaggerating, they all use both of them. But it is a difference. It is a problem, or it can be a problem, because it's actually not really a problem. It's actually a challenge, but it can be turned into an opportunity if you know how to use it, if you open up enough mind in terms of mind to actually get to something new, or it can just simply remain a challenge.
Which kind of public you find more difficult to speak to? The young, the middle-aged corporate and the public administration, or the old?
Probably older people in public administration, because they ask themselves, well, it always worked like this, why should I change? And if I change, will the system behind me change as well to accept me? So very often you find people in public administration not being able, even though they may be willing to change, because the structure behind them does not allow them to actually move.
Or perhaps they don't have the resources, even if they want to change. We had Agid yesterday, and they were complaining that we are slow on changing because we lack sometimes the resources. We need 10 people, and we got 2 who need to attend a different desk.
I'll make you an example. Sometimes it's not even an issue of resources, of not willingness. It is an issue of resources, of course, but I'll make you an example. When we talk about crimes or cyber crimes, how many times have you heard lately that somebody went into an apartment to rob it? And how many times have you heard about somebody trying to steal your identity, to enter with your password, your computer, hacking you? I mean, if you think, we have a lot more digital crimes or cyber crimes than we have regular crimes in the real world. So amazingly enough, I usually tell people that I talk to, if you see a thief in your house, invite them to sit down, offer them lunch, because they're really poor usually. So they'll be, it's quite different. Then on the other side, if you think how many police agents do you see on the streets, and how many are working at the postal police, against cybercrime, you see there is a huge difference. Over 100,000, you may have 3,000-4,000 people in the IT department looking after cybercrimes, and 97,000 in real life looking after the streets. So this doesn't make sense. And of course, there is a political problem, there is a cultural problem. You should actually say, you know what, let's fire all those people. They're working as policemen. Let's fire half of them at least, and put half of those workforce into behind computers. We don't need them on the streets anymore. We need them behind the computers. Well, can we do that? Well, it's a social issue. Can we accept them? Can we fire people that have been there working 20 years for our protection? It is quite difficult. So it will take about 20 years to get there. We need to hire more people, but we don't have the money to do so. Mm-hmm. We cannot fire the other ones to free the money, because, well, they have been with us for so long, and it is governments. Can you do that?
Mm-hmm. So it's always down to a matter of governments, how you choose to go the direction.
Well, it's also a matter of culture, because, I mean, try to tell to an older person that you are taking away policemen from the street and you're putting them behind the computer, they start feeling unsafe, even though they have a much higher chance to be robbed when they're using their computer than just walking down the streets and having somebody attacking you. So, of course, yeah, but they will not understand it, they will not believe it, because the digital attack, it doesn't hurt you physically somehow, which is, of course, something that older people may be more scared of because they haven't seen it.
Do you think this period of pandemic and the lockup they followed under the order of public authorities has increased the awareness of cyber security problems, or
Absolutely,
we were
yes.
aware for a while and then we went back to sleep again?
Well, somehow the pandemic has helped us all getting more aware of the risk that we have, because lots of companies had to be forced to do remote working. Just think about, nobody was talking about remote working. If we take Italy, I'm living in Switzerland myself, but Italy, Switzerland, all over Europe, pretty much all over the world, a lot of companies did not use remote working, home working, however you want to call it. And the reason was, they thought, I need to see my people. I need to see them at 8 o'clock when they arrive in the office. I need to see them punch the cards to ensure they are there, or to batch, or however your system you have to check the entrance. However, we were forced to do so, and suddenly we realized that many people actually like to be working from home. Of course, they're missing the social environment, but at the same time, there is quite an important issue in terms of organization. The biggest problems you'll find is not with the people itself. The biggest problem is in the management. The management is unable to manage people that they cannot see. This has been a very, very huge problem. And it's like, imagine schools, how many times could a teacher use computers in school? How many times could they give them homework for school? And how many times they do it in the past? They didn't even want to use computers, many teachers. And nowadays they're forced. They were forced to teach over a screen, a computer screen. They were forced to interact with the students. And this changed a lot. In many students, of course, they don't like it because they're young, they want to socialize, but amazingly enough, the teacher were able to interact in a different way.
I had also a case where, this relates to our problem, because there is an old saying by my father. This goes that the error in a company are the error of its boarding panel. This was this school in which the director has chosen a particular software for teaching from afar, and no one was able to use it because it was too complex or had a very low usability. And all the teachers shift to Zoom, Teams, call on WhatsApp, or whatever they knew better and they knew how to use better.
Well, it is.
That's an example when you're managing your resources and choosing the right tool.
Well, it is the biggest problem. I was making some notes to actually touch on that, because when we are talking about security in general, I'm sure that this person on the board decided for specific tools after they went an whole screening about security, what can be good, what is less good, blah, blah, blah. The only problem is that they don't understand that people will have technology available, like Zoom is very simple to use. A lot of people use it. So anybody, even without technical knowledge, can actually open up a Zoom session, open up a Meet session, and so on, just by simply going to the website and say, open a conference now. Very, very easy access, very easy usability, and therefore usability wins over directives that are coming from the company. Now, think about the fact that, who is going to use that Zoom? I mean, I've seen conferences at the government level where people gave out on social media the link, and people started joining it. So you had private people joining, the meetings where the ministry of whatever was involved. And this wasn't just once. It happens very often. Why? Because those people didn't know how to use technology. They didn't understand. They didn't have a culture of security. They didn't know. They just wanted to be seen. Instead of sending a YouTube like you do here, instead of sending a YouTube link where people could be looking at the conference and basically just being there as a listener, no, you give them an access to the podium. They can talk as well. It happened many times during the pandemic. I'm sure you will remember it, where people, even at the EU level, did that. But, things are changing, and we all know from our own experience what happens. I mean, think about if you have kids, how many times you look at your kid and say, well, I don't understand them. How many times were we a kid and we said, we don't understand our parents, and our parents didn't understand us. So who was right, who was wrong? Well, think about, when we started working with IT, I started around 35 years ago, and my parents were looking at me in front of this computer, in front of this screen, and they were thinking I was playing. They didn't understand. They were just simply going to work in the office, in the factory, whatever, and they didn't think this was work. So many kids at the same time, think of it right now, they have seen a completely different technology. We're talking about MS-DOS. How many kids know what MS-DOS is? They may not even have read about it anymore. How many people, even though we may think, I don't know, a CD is a new technology or quite new for us, it was a big change from an LP going into a CD. A lot of people don't know what a CD
If you show
is
them an audio
nowadays.
cassette today,
An LP, an audio cassette, a VHS tape, there is just nothing. Imagine you talk to them about floppy disk, they don't know it at all. But even in the digital world, not even going way back then, I mean, think about Facebook versus Instagram. Boomers are using Facebook. How many boomers have Instagram? No, more and more now, but for quite a long time, it was split. Now Facebook bought Instagram themselves. Younger people are using Instagram, older people are using Facebook. I say younger and older just to differentiate, let's say, just split it almost in two. I remember that a lot of people don't have it. Facebook understood themselves that they needed to buy a new social media to actually be able to maintain their leadership in their field, and they did so. My daughter is 17 years old. I remember when she was 12, 13, I was like, well, why didn't you have a Facebook? She looked at me in a weird way. Why should I have Facebook? Why should I tell the people what I do every day? I mean, they have a different sensibility and sensitivity around their own privacy, and we think we do have it, and we think we should be teaching them how to. And amazingly enough, she was really telling me, why should I tell the people about my private life? Okay, and she was like 12 years old. Of course, they tell a lot of their life in a different way, but it is an issue. Think about, the fact that we used to play computers and computer games, but we didn't do what they do now. Have you ever seen younger people looking at playing computer games? Well, many of them are actually watching people on YouTube that are playing, or on Notch or whatever other platform. They look at other people playing, and I was there like, okay, where is the fun? Well, they do it because then they interact with each other, they interact with the crowd, and it becomes a social event to actually look at them. For me, it would be completely crazy, but they do it. However, although it's crazy, we have social media like Clubhouse. Early this year it started, and the majority of the people, they are actually there and are actually trying to become this new job that is the influencer. They're there. They're trying to become influencers in this new media. The majority are boomers. So amazingly enough, we are actually following the newest trends set up by the newest generation, and it's quite interesting. Another area, I'm trying to make this example to make you understand, how people are actually looking at it differently, and how many times older people, like my parents, when I used to look at the computer and work on the computer, they thought I was playing, and then afterwards, nowadays they do have computers themselves, and they can't live without it because they like to be informed, they like to have the computer, and if once the internet doesn't work, the first thing I get is a phone call. So although they were thinking I was playing, nowadays it's their tool. And think about, I'm making an example with about meeting people. We have dating apps. Okay, a few years back, let's say not even that long ago, 5-6 years ago, people would think the dating apps, I will not use it, I don't need that. What for? The latest results is amazing. I was just reading it about in September, I think is our September data. In the United States, we have a 60-40 split, 60% women joining meeting platforms and 40% men. About 60% of the men complaining they're not getting enough messages, not getting enough contacts, and about half of them, so about half their size, about 24%, are women actually telling they're not getting enough. On the other side, you have 8% men saying, I got too many messages, and 30% women saying, I got too many messages. So we have a crowd, but amazingly enough, these are tools where not only younger crowds are using it, but also older crowds. The more and more you go, the more aged people go into this technology where younger people were into. Nowadays, we have a problem. We have a problem where these the being bombarded by all these information, people don't even know how to behave anymore on a meeting, on a date, because after the Me Too movement, they don't know, can I say something, can't I say something, and all these things. So a lot of people are using it, and although it seemed to be something just for younger crowd, it ended up being something that was adopted by everybody. Now,
so you have a stream that go upwards in a certain way.
well,
Instead from the older generation to the new, it's coming up from the new generation to the old.
well, it is, and if you think about it like this, we boomers, I put myself in it, we are first trying to not accept changes, and then suddenly we run after those changes because those changes are simply overrunning us. So we should stop that. And it is quite an important thought when you think about the way we work. In our working environments, we try to tell the younger crowds we know better, okay? And then a few years later, we end up doing exactly what they're doing now. So we have seen this process many, many times, and we should be aware of that. We should be aware of that, and we should embrace it. We should accept it because it gives us older people a better chance to learn, but it gives also the younger people a very good understanding of how was it before. And we know that knowing our history, we know where we're going. So, there is an exchange that's needed between the different generations.
Okay, so we almost reached our time, but we still have half an hour before the next panel.
Okay,
so
yeah.
if you want, we can even continue. But
Well, I have a few points I wanted to touch, yeah.
Now, as my personal issue, so what's the plan of the digital on the way for 2022? What do you think would be the main issue to work on 2022 as a forecasting for the future?
Well, as a forecasting for the future, I do believe that managing generations will be an issue, a very serious issue, because they communicate in a completely different way. And the biggest problem is that we need to invest in training and giving time to the managers to actually even train themselves to actually be able to manage it. I want to make you some examples. Let's say somebody in a company sends out, is 40 years old and sends out an email to somebody. A younger crowd may reply very simply with a voicemail directly on Instagram, or not on Instagram, or on WhatsApp, or whatever tool they're using for instant messaging. This may not be seen as positive. Same thing, the other way around. Somebody sends you a very quick message, 10 seconds, and the other one replies with a message which is like 3 minutes. How many times have you got a message on WhatsApp that goes long 3 minutes, 4 minutes? Well, you want to kill it. Well, that's why, WhatsApp
but that's the point of view of an attorney.
Well, of course, but it's not just only your point of view. Many people are actually bored by that. Many people are annoyed by that. And this is what happens. So people are communicating different way. I'm using one channel. Older people, if you're using email, they try to respond with an email. If you're using WhatsApp, they respond with WhatsApp. Younger generation, they don't care. For them, it's all the same. So you may send an email and they may reply with a completely different channel, which is fine. But when you're looking at these things, I think it would be quite interesting, something that is starting to grow in different areas, especially if you're a manager, make sure you're open to a different generation. Know that it is your job to actually be open. You have to appreciate the differences. I was trying to show you before, stop complaining about what the other younger crowd does or older crowd does. There is always something you can learn from both sides. You need to make sure you actually discuss it within the team, because you need to openly talk about it, because people will understand when you start talking about it. They start laughing about it, and instead of getting mad at each other. But then imagine just on the security field itself, we have different habits. We have habits completely different from one crowd to the other. We need to start talking and maybe start to make games within the teams. We suggested in some cases to make games, first of all, to start talking about it by saying, okay, let's make real life examples. And what happens is you have people telling, well, a friend of mine did that, a colleague of mine, because people are ashamed of something they may have done themselves. Well, this helps. At least they start talking about it. It's on the table, and everybody may start joking about it, may start talking about it, but it helps. One game that we used to make in some companies was about, okay, how would you hack the other age group? What would you do to hack a younger crowd, and what would the younger crowd do to hack, even social hacking, somebody older? And it's quite interesting because as soon as you start making this role game, it actually starts becoming quite interesting because the people start seeing it as a game, first of all, but while they see it as a game, they start talking and they start learning. So they stop prejudice and, they will open up to each other, and they, and I think right now, especially in the security field, people are scared on one side, and the worst part is when they get hit, they don't talk about it. So we need absolutely to work on the corporate culture. We need to make sure they understand they can talk, they have to feel safe, and they don't have to be ashamed. It's a new field for everybody. It's something where we need to cooperate, and each group can learn from each other. So ensure your technology is updated, that is fine. We always talk about updating technology being on the edge, ensuring a corporate culture with exchange. This is something we are still not talking about, and I think it's quite important. And then again, never stop learning. I was trying to squeeze everything we've seen. We've passed that.
No, if you want, we can stay for another few minutes. So your main advice would be a more syncretic approach instead of underline the difference, try to merge together different culture. And one thing that is, I confess, is something I thought about dealing with privacy and corporate culture is even use gamification as a tool for increasing corporate awareness and culture of about data. Because if they learn by playing, you are more perhaps willing to accept something different.
Well, when you start playing, whenever you make a game, your barriers go down. If I invite you to a conference for an hour, you're just bored. You're going there because you have to. But as soon as you start putting it in terms of game, as soon as you start the gamification, people start being competitive with each other. And as soon as they start being competitive, their barriers and their willingness to take risk in doing something and getting smarter than the other, they're higher. But this ability to lower your barriers allows information and new ideas to come across. You may not get them now, but you have them now in your brain. So you have to do it. And I think we should reevaluate the way we are training our people. Maybe not doing trainings for, we all have done security trainings that last hours. And then at the end, people, what do? They don't even listen to it anymore. We need to get much shorter, and not just the younger crowd. Younger crowd have a smaller span attention. Well, I'll tell you, older crowds don't like 2 hours trainings either. Okay, we complain about the youngers that can't do it longer. We can't do it longer either. We don't like it. So why do we complain? We're all the same. So let's start working with smaller, courses, 20 minutes, 15 minutes meetings, stuff like this, where people are focused and then they go. We all do the same. Younger people are blamed for that, but we actually like to do it at all ages. So again, maybe we should be learning for the younger crowds and stop thinking they're wrong, and it will open up quite a bit.
Okay. I think that's enough for me. I thank you very much for attending this panel. As for all our speakers, you didn't have slides, but I will ask you to put all this nice speech in an article so we can publish on the website of ISDC, and perhaps next year we can work together as two
I
different
have
tasks.
also some slides that were not ready right now, but I can send it to you either in an article.
Anyway,
form
in
or
a week
slides.
from now, on our website, all the materials of the speech would be available on our website.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And
Thank you very
have a
much,
good day, you
Antonio.
too.
In 25 minutes, we are back talking about cybersecurity in biotechnology research. See you later.
Bye.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here again for our afternoon session at Internet Governance Forum, the Remote Hub by ISDC. I have with me now Agnieszka Ciesiołkiewicz. Is that correct?
Almost perfect. Agnieszka Ciesiołkiewicz. Thank you.
I'm half Serbian, so something I can speak to. And she will talk us about the cybersecurity on biotechnology research and data at university, which is one of probably of the rare cases in where you can use very personal data, but because you're using it for a very higher purpose. So I send on stage your presentation.
Okay, thank you. And is everything correct? Can you see the presentation? Yes?
It's online as you see it, we see it.
Okay, perfect. So let's start. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm really pleased to be here. Thank you for the invitation for this remote hub. I would like to start with some short introduction of myself. My name is, as you can see on the slide, Agnieszka Ciesiołkiewicz. And currently I'm working at the university in Poland. And I'm carrying out the biotechnology project. I'm working on the peptide-based inhibitors of PD-1, PD-L1 interaction, but it's absolutely not important on this presentation. However, today's topic is really connected to my daily life at university, because every day I meet many problems with some security of our data that we made from research. I have to tell you that I'm not a cybersecurity expert. I'm a scientist, so I will do my best during this presentation. However, today I will present you some data about cyber crimes at universities and the most important, my opinion, from the point of view of a scientist and a person who is working at the university about the cybersecurity issues. So today I would like to talk about the cybersecurity of biotechnology research data at universities. In particular, I will consider whether it is important for scientists at all. Can I click for the... Oh, okay. Perfect.
If you need help, you may ask, but...
Okay, no, everything is clear now. So the first question that I would like to ask in this presentation is, does cybersecurity at universities exist? Let's Google it. It was the first thing that I did when I started with this topic. So the first thing that you will see when you search in Google cybersecurity at universities is numerous of universities' websites informing about the wide range of bachelor's and master's degree program regarding cybersecurity. A lot of information, questions, and offers of cybersecurity studies, and almost nothing about the situation at universities. At this time, I must tell you that, in my opinion, and in opinion of a lot of scientists that I know, universities not only teach and makes graduates and well-educated people, but also, or even mainly, do scientific research. And due to this, universities make a lot of important, interesting, and I hope valuable scientific data. So the question arises in our heads: how is this data protected? Or even, is this data protected in any way? And today we will discuss the answers for these questions. So, excuse me, something was happening on the door, sorry. I'm at the university, as you can see, so everything can happen here.
So nothing harmful happens, so...
So before answer for presented on previous slide questions, we have to analyze the general current situation of cybersecurity at universities. I would like to start this part with more questions. Firstly, what do you think? How often do cyber attacks occur at the university? And secondly, what is the main target of cyber attacks at universities? The answer to these two questions you can find in the Checkpoint company report from the previous year. It was published in August this year. And this report presents the research on the cyber attacks in schools and academic institutions. Unfortunately, the results are extremely unfavorable for analyzed institutions, for universities and for schools, because cyber attacks at universities not only occur, but also the number of attacks is higher than for other sectors. And here you can see the results from this checkpoint research report. And this report shows a steady increase in the average number of cyber attacks per organization weekly with the educational and research sector, which indicates a higher number of attacks than for other sectors, all other sectors. Importantly, attacks most often target the educational and research organizations in South Asia and East Asia. And in terms of countries, most often target India, followed by Italy and Israel. This increase in cyber attacks probably may be due to the changes in the educational system, because we moved from the normal teaching system to this online one, and it can be the reason of this high increase that I will show on the next slides. And in fact, in July 2021, educational and research sector was the sector that was the most experienced with the highest volume of attacks, with the average of 1,739 attacks per organization weekly. It was 29% of increase from the first half of 2021. And now I will focus on this checkpoint research report for one more slide. By country, in July 2021, organization in the educational and research sector in India was the most experienced with the highest volume of attacks. It was the average of 5,196 attacks per organization weekly. So it was really high number. And the increase for India, it was like 22% of increase, so it was really high increase. And then it was followed by Italy. In Italy, in Europe, because as we know, India probably has really higher number of universities than Italy. In Italy, we had 5,016 attacks. This average weekly per one organization. So it's really large amount of attack, and the increase in comparison to the first half of 2021 is 70%. So we really can see the changes in situation probably caused by this online type of working of teaching. Then we have Israel with average of 4,000 attacks weekly per organization, and Australia with 3,933 attacks per organization weekly. As you can see on this chart, I'm sorry. On this chart, there are only two countries that don't have any increase in the number of cyber attacks. It's Poland. I don't know why. I really don't know. I really don't have idea why. And Spain, but it's only 1% and 2%. So still we have big problem with cyber attacks in Europe in 2021. I can add that by region, organizations in the educational research sector in South Asia currently experience the highest volume of attacks, with an average of 5,000 attacks weekly per organization. This is only in compared to Italy, for example, it's only 23% increase. And this is followed by East Asia. And in East Asia, we have almost 4,000 attacks weekly per organization, but almost 80% of increase. So as I told you before, we observed a really big increase in the number of cyber attacks at universities in the last year. And now I would like to tell you a few words about the correlation between the pandemic, between this new type of working, a new type of teaching, and this increase of the number of cyber attacks. In 2020, so in the beginning of pandemic, ransomware attacks impacted 1,681 schools, colleges, and universities in the USA. But what is more important, 44% of educational institutes were targeted by such attacks worldwide. So globally, we had 45% of educational institutes, universities, colleges, and schools were attacked by cyber attacks. So during the first year of COVID pandemic, almost half of universities in the world were attacked, and someone could steal the data from them. So why do we observe this increased insecure situation? Of course, the main reason is, as I told, the new quality in the frequency of using the internet and the online teaching, the online working. And this data shown us a big lack of cybersecurity in academia, in academic life, because universities and school, of course, were absolutely not prepared for online classes. Okay, now we know that cybersecurity attacks at universities exist, and the number of them is incredibly high. So now we can focus on the reasons why universities are such good candidates for cyber attacks. To be honest, from my experience from university, people that work at the universities are completely unaware of cyber attacks. We absolutely don't think about it. This means that at many universities, we are dealing with a complete lack of any cybersecurity. Of course, this is the most important reason. However, there are more reasons that are also possible, and of course, they are arising from the first one. Universities provide student access to many applications. So we have open space to use applications, data, and so on, and all students can use it, can contact with it, and this is one way for cyber attacks. And I see one more really interesting way how to cyber attack the university. Usually, we have a lot of devices. In each lab, there are a lot of laboratory equipment. This equipment, of course, has software, and this software and these devices are usually connected to internet, and really nobody thinks about the cybersecurity of this equipment. So, and I will show you the example of the cyber attack in this way. Okay, so now we can move. Now we can move into the second question. What is the main target of cyber attacks at the universities? I was really interested what will be the answer when I was looking for the answer for this question. And the first reason, of course, is financial opportunities. Similarly to most hacking, money is the main motivation for attacks. Interestingly, in 2018, almost 80% of cyber attacks targeting universities were financially motivated. So it's obvious we have money. It's the first and probably the most common reason of cyber attacks at universities. But the second reason is numerous poorly secured personal data. Many universities combine weak cybersecurity with a lot of personal data from students, from many students. Yes, every year we have new students, from professors, and from all employees. As a result, universities are an ideal source for stealing this type of data in a really high amount. The third reason to attack the university is the most interesting for me because it's the topic of today's presentation, and it is the huge amount of non-public research information. In this way, it is possible to steal data and obtain information about the results conducted at the universities. Let's say we have universities that are working on some drug, on trial on some drug, and then criminals can enter to the institution network, and then they are able to see if the trial is going well or maybe not, and this information could be used for insider trading. So this is really important if some laboratory or university has this type of data to protect them on really high level. And these are three reasons. These reasons, in my opinion, are the most important. So we can go to the next slide. And now I would like to present you some examples of data theft at universities. The part of the research data from university is not such valuable. I mean, a lot of data at universities is not enough. It's not enough secret to make sense to steal it. Yes, it's not enough good to sell it, for example. But there are two groups, two parts of the university work that are special in this case and appear to be particular of interest to hackers. Of course, it's military and medicine. More and more institutions are target of nation-state actors and non-state actors seeking secret military or other valuable research data, especially data connected to COVID. Just in 2021, the Wall Street Journal reported that Chinese hackers targeted 27 universities. And it was Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, and the University of Washington. The hackers were seeking information about the maritime research associated with the United States military. And this cyber attack was really insecure for whole USA. So this is the next reason why we should really think about the protection of research data at universities. I hope that MIT and University of Washington now thinks about this more. And what is next? The number of medicine and biotechnology data data is stolen, and this number of this accident is now is increasing during the COVID pandemic. I would like to show you on next slide two examples of the data stealing because of the COVID pandemic. So almost at the beginning of pandemic, in the middle of pandemic, in the June 2022, when research on COVID was developing intensively and many universities, even at my university, we still conducting the project about the potential drug for COVID-19 for this virus. So in June 2020, the group of hackers successfully attacked at least 3 universities. It was California University, Michigan State University, and Columbia College of University, and then threatened them to publish the results of the research on COVID-19 to the dark web if university will not pay. So here again we have data stealing, but not only for its data, but mainly for the money from selling it. The attack, as I told, targeted these 3 universities. The goal was the COVID research results, because these 3 universities were working on COVID-19, probably on the treatment and on a virus at all. And who was responsible for this? Responsible for this was Networker Group. This group is known from the targeting healthcare organization. And most probably, as I told, this attack was intended solely to extort the money only, not for any data using. However, we can only imagine what kinds of data can be stolen from the universities in this simple way. Then a similar attack took place at the beginning of this year in February 2021, and this attack was targeted the Oxford University lab. So as you can see, in this attack we have only the best universities in the world. So this means that even the best university in the world don't have the best protection. And again, the attacked lab was, of course, researching the COVID pandemic. In this case, it was research about the COVID as a virus and about the vaccination for COVID. Importantly, because we know that AstraZeneca was developing in cooperation with Oxford, this laboratory is not this laboratory connected with AstraZeneca vaccination. However, the attack took place, and interestingly, the breach most likely occurred through the use of software from the equipment. So as I told, it's really easy way to attack the university, to use the software of equipment, typically used in biochemistry, because nobody thinks about the protection of software of some machines, yes? And the hackers used for this attack exactly laboratory equipment using in biochemistry. This way seemed to be a really simple approach to attack on university, because as I told, there is a lack of attention to cybersecurity laboratory equipment. However, it is not clear in this attack what data may have been compromised, what they did with this data. There is no information about this at all. And at the end of this topic of connected to COVID cyber attacks, I must tell that globally there has been a huge number of cyber attacks related to COVID-19. And it's really wide topic, so if you are interested, Google it. There is a lot of information. And now we moved into my opinion, first time. So yes, it will be my opinion. So I told you, these examples about which I told you, they were from the best universities in the world. Yes, we had Oxford, we had MIT, we had University of Chicago, but we have many, many different universities that are not such good. I would say not such good. And does it really sense to steal this data, to make cyber attack and steal data from other universities? In my opinion, it depends, because as you could see, the subject of the presented organizations that were attacked on, and I told about it on previous slide, is relatively useful and important. And okay, all research is important, let's say, but this data was suitable to sell it. It was possible to sell it, to use this data to make money, yes? And universities make also a huge amount of not such interesting for hackers data. And I even would say that the examples that I showed are some kind of special and secret. In terms of the therapy and research on COVID, there was a certain rise in the world for the priority of discoveries. So it was really interesting for hackers. In standard, typical academic research, data stealing is not needed, because all data, even this data that is not published in the publication, I have to say that scientists pay for journals to present, to publish the data and all details about this data. And if something is now under the research and it's not yet published, you can see all these details on the conferences, because we are, as scientists, we usually show all our results in every possible way on conferences, on the websites of laboratories, and so on. So nowadays, in pandemic times, really all results or details of the research are presented online, on Twitter, on Facebook, and
shared. They are shared knowledge.
Exactly, and this is a goal. Yes, we have to do it. Yes,
no.
Yes, mainly.
It's okay.
Yes,
I was just trying to help you.
Okay, so nowadays in pandemic time, I'm sorry, someone is calling to me. I have to click it because I can't focus because of this. And of course, now, in my opinion, in these cases that we have here in universities that don't have very important data connected to some pharmacy, medicine, and military, there is really no need to steal this data. And I can tell you that almost all scientists use Google Drive. Yes, we have all our data on Google Drive, so we can share this data between different scientists, different teams on Google Drive. So in my opinion, sometimes this cybersecurity is really not needed. And we are going to the next slide. And in summary, as I told, universities exhibit the lack of cybersecurity. The educational sector is attacked very often. As I told, we have the highest amount of the cyber attacks, higher than for other sectors. It was incredible for me. And of course, protection on university resources against cyber attacks is needed. However, it's not always a priority for us. And now, let's say about the method for improvement of cybersecurity at the universities. And at the end, as I told, I'm not a cybersecurity expert. I am a researcher, so I can tell something from my point of view. And I would like to present you this point of view, how to make scientists aware about the cyber crimes, some cyber attacks, and the problems that can make this the lack of cybersecurity. So first thing is to noticing the problem, is to make scientists, and not only scientists, but also authorities at the university aware of this problem, that problem exists, and we have to do something. We have to invest our money of university for the protection of our not only data, but personal data and so on. And to be honest, I'm involved in the life of my university. We have a lot of commissions, we have a lot of teams. They are working on many different things, but none of them is focused on such serious topic like cybersecurity at our university, or the personal data and so on. We have now, I think, 33,000 of students. So it's really a lot of personal data, and we absolutely don't have any commission that is working on it. So in my opinion, the first step to make an area to sell some software for universities, for example, is to noticing the problem, to show the problem to university, to scientists at the university. And then the next step is, of course, education about the methods, how to avoid the cyber attacks, about the data protection and cybersecurity software. Something happened with the picture.
So it's not here, but
yes, and it looks like meme or something like, I don't know. Okay, thank you for the attention. If you have any questions, now is a good time to ask, to tell it. And if you don't have any questions now, you can write me an email. Oh, you closed the presentation, but it was my email.
Oh, sorry.
That everybody can use to...
your slide with probably the right image will be available on our website, including your contact.
It was a background, gray background with some dots or something like this.
I remind all our listeners that Agnieszka's slide would be available on our website, so you can contact and talk to her about it. I have 3 issues after your presentation. So the one first is the university must deal with the confidentiality of the data of its students. The second is which is not perhaps really cared for very much for the moment, as you say. The second is the difference between sharing knowledge and free ride, because if again the matter of confidentiality comes back, because if some knowledge or some results of research are shared in order to increase the speed to get the result in a group or between different universities, there is no problem about the value of information. If a search is something paid and going to be a patent or a thing like that, if I steal that information, it's like saving money and time and people, because I have 5 months research done, I grab it and we go in another way. The third issue is something really important, because sometimes we always focus on the computer, and its access to internet, and then the system is breached via the printer or even the aquarium. In a casino, the breach in the system was by the aquarium. There was a small electronic device for feeding the fishes. It was without protection, and they enter from there.
Exactly. We have the same problem. I counted today how many devices connected to the internet I have in one laboratory, one small laboratory. We have 12 ways to breach. Yes, to enter. In one laboratory, we have 5.
In one.
In my
and how
team,
many laboratories in the university?
So I told you a secret.
We don't tell which university.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Agnieszka. If there is anything you would add, I don't see any comments live for the moment, but perhaps we can talk about this in the next weeks, or people who are interested in creating a more data protection awareness and cybersecurity risk in university can talk to you, since you already seem aware of the problem and find together you a solution, perhaps with a better tool than Google Drive, something more secure. If you want to ask some of our technicians, we can provide you.
Probably.
Okay, we have finished for now. We have another 30 minutes top, and then we are back to talk about the cybersecurity landscape, what has changed and what has not since the first ransomware 8 years ago. Thank you very much, Agnieszka. We'll be looking forward for your slides. And thank everyone who attended this panel. Welcome back. We are still here for another session of the third day of Internet Governance Forum with Remote Hub by ISDC, and we have with us Sebastian Zdrowieski.
Again.
I was joking that this afternoon is from 3:30 is a Polish triad because
What can I say?
From Poland. Anyway. So we talked about the importance of governance, the importance of changing culture, the places like university who should be temple of culture but have no culture at all about cyber risk, and they say, but we share our data, so why to keep it safe and confidential? But let's start with the students, perhaps.
Absolutely.
And so on. And now Sebastian is going to talk us about has something changed from the first clickbait who triggered the first ransomware, or we are still the same sucker for links that
so
social engineering.
We're talking about August 2014, when the first ransomware really hits on a widespread scale. So if you can throw thank you.
There they are.
Okay.
There you go.
So this comes out from our vision among small and medium businesses, mainly based in Italy, but this we had the chance to observe this also in other countries. So what's the overall landscape of the cybersecurity? So usually when you talk about cybersecurity, we talk about cyber attacks, denial of service, data heist or theft, which is the latest trend. But there is something that we should keep in consideration, that is service disruption. The service disruption usually comes after a denial of service attack, or anyway, once an infrastructure is incapacitated of delivering services, we have the service disruption. The service disruption is the impact that actually the end users have on their daily life. So when the global chain of distribution was attacked, or the pipelines were attacked in the US, the end users, being the customers, the common people, couldn't get reach of the fueling stations. That was the real issue that we had at the end of a cyber attack. So there are some trends that we are observing. This is a report from Panda Security, recently acquired by WatchGuard Security. These are the 11 trends that they are highlighting when it comes to cybersecurity. In my personal opinion, within all these 11 trends, only two are really makes the difference, which are the continued rise of AI to create and forge weapons for delivering cyber attacks, and the COVID-19 phishing schemes, which is a particular situation where the pandemic hit the world on the scale it hit us this time. So the other are more or less what we've seen for the last more than almost 2 decades. So impact of remote work since mid 2000s, we were talking about working from home. The problem was already well aware among security experts. Nothing has changed from that point of view. What changes probably the landscape of what we have available in terms of technology. We have more bandwidth, more coverage of broadband connections. We have more companies that provide access to the remote work, to the work from remote. The landscape didn't really. This is not a really great trend. It's just been exaggerated by the COVID-19 pandemic. So this is nothing new. We already seen in past attacks based on this kind of weakness in terms of protection, but actually the COVID-19 changed the scenario. New challenges for ransomware. Ransomware has been around, what we're seeing today, it's been around from 2014 when the first variant came out, encrypting data on hard drives. We've seen something lighter in past that was blocking your computer, but this is not really something that is trending in a different way. It is being exaggerated by the current situation and by the amount of phishing attacks, which is basically the main vector for this kind of attacks. Multi-factor authentication is something that is increasing. More and more services are providing access through multi-factor authentication when the user is prompted to provide the username and password, and then a authorization using temporarily or generated code on their phones, or asking for authorization on the phones. Increased attacks on cloud services. We just are having a greater surface for cloud services, so the number of attacks in proportion is just having more targets to attack. Data privacy as discipline is being something rolled out in Europe primarily with the GDPR implementation. The increased need for cybersecurity professionals. This is something that I've been hearing for like 10 years at least. Insider threats, that was always has been a problem. The increased need for chiefs of security officers, again, another thing that we've seen for about 10 years or so, or even more. And the critical need for the real-time data visibility. This is something pretty much new, and the new technologies and the emerging availability of the machine learning algorithms and the cloud service providers is actually providing a new way of treating, gathering, correlating, and using data. So this is actually something that we are able to perform in a better way. So we are not seeing nothing new. These are a couple of examples I took out from today newspapers. I think most of these news are from the past 5 days. So cyber attacks is something that is happening all the time. We've seen the news hitting the media only when someone big is being hit by that. See MediaMarkt in Europe recently, the pipelines in the US. We've had some really, really bad situations when the UK health system was struck and they had their information system blocked. This is something that is going on a continuous basis. So this is nothing new. It's a growing trend, not because this is something that is being increasing, but because we are lacking in proper defenses and we are lacking in basic security principles, which should be the first line of defense in this case of scenarios. We also been talking about attack on critical infrastructures. So the pipelines in the US is something that has been acclaimed as the first real attack on public services. This is not true. This proof of concept has been around the internet for a major long amount of time. If you see, this is a video of proof of concept of a cyber attack to a generator turbine in the US. This video is from September 2007. We are talking 14 years ago. So we can't really say this is something new that's emerging, that this is something unseen. This has been all seen. We just have more data and more evidence that this is going on a daily basis. These are a few infographics I took out from WatchGuard. WatchGuard Technologies is a firewall and actually 360 degrees security provider. They provide the information through their platform, and they gather information from all their firewalls and devices installed around the world, and they provide some statistics. So this is interesting to see that 61.1% of malwares was 0-day. 0 day is that moment where a breach or a bug in a software is discovered, and it can be used in public environments, meaning that usually these kind of attacks are being used by someone who discovered the vulnerability, was able to create a software that exploits this activity, was able to create the trend to share this vulnerability across the internet, to leverage it, create phishing campaigns, compromising websites, and then performing the attack. This is not something that happens instantly, but it means that the industry of who is bringing this kind of attack is extremely well structured. We are talking now about supply chains of cyber attacks. So there are those who create the exploits, the 0 day attacks. They are those who are already on the phishing platforms, who owns the websites that can be compromised. So this is a supply chain. This is becoming an industry. So just to give an insight, 9.5 million on well-known malware variants and antivirus has been detected only in the second quarter 2021. So these are the numbers of not the major firewall producer on Earth. We are talking about less than 40,000 devices installed. So if you take this to a scale of millions of firewalls installed across the world, you can imagine what can happen on a second basis. We can count the number of threats second by second. Another really interesting insight I took out because it was one of my hot points for the past years is that 91.5% of malware detections arrived on an encrypted connection. We are so used to see that the website is secure with the padlock that appears on the top of the screen saying that website is secure. And this has been strongly promoted by the major search engine on Earth we use on daily basis, that we think that when we access website that is with this padlock, with the HTTPS connection, this is secure. That's one of the worst, the most incredible lies that has been passed through our cybersecurity culture. That means only the padlock actually means that the connection between the client, the computer, and the server is secure, and nobody can mangle or modify the connection between us. So between our computer, our phones, our smartwatches, and the server. But if the server is compromised and provides a malware, some software that some sorts that can be downloaded by the client, that doesn't mean that is not blocked by this padlock, by this technology of connection. So this is a lie, and we have been leaving this go freely, creating this with this false sense of security. Another thing that is coming through the internet is the underestimation of the problem of social media. This slide I presented earlier this week in another speech about social media communication and and how the phishing or scams are being delivered. As you can see, all these social media, all these examples are from social media channels that has been compromised. All these are sponsored contents. All these are scams. So all these are fraudulent contents being delivered through compromised websites, being sponsored and delivered using the major social media platform, using sponsored contents and compromised pages. Some of these pages we found are even verified. So that means that they have a follower base so intense, so high, and so with so reputation that they have the blue badge signaling that the website has been verified. These are the most effective way of carrying the some sort of attack, a phishing attack or a scam attack. Fun fact, this is a research that we are still going on. The landing pages, when you click on one of these advertisements, you get on a page that is perfectly created, that seems a newspaper or a renowned, famous web page. Most of these websites are WordPress based, meaning that WordPress is one of the platforms used to automate and manage the contents of the website, meaning that many websites are just easily compromised. This is a security issue. This is something that has to be addressed as a cyber risk. When we have a website, we need to make sure this website cannot be exploited to be used to deliver other services. So we have WordPress as a major vector of attack because of the amount of its weaknesses in the plugins mainly. We have My Shopify, which is a e-commerce platform that allows users to create e-commerce pages. We have Blogger, that is the website, the page, the blogging platform by Microsoft. We have proprietary solutions. We have landing pages. These are all marketing tools. These are all marketing platforms that are used to be leveraged in to carry on phishing and scam attacks. Another statistic on this research we are working on is that after 1 week of the first detection of these scams, the pages were still online, or we were waiting to see the result. But mainly we see that more than 50% of the pages that has been detected by our team, our research team, is still online and still available for consultation and visibility. The other thing, and this is again about the false sense of security we are transmitting, where we are talking about security providers or hosting providers. We think that the computers running phishing or scam websites are actually some old computer running noisily in a basement of some kid that started this kind of activity. The truth is that here we have a vast majority of hosting providers that are big names of the IT scene. We have GoDaddy, we have Namecheap, we have Cloudflare. These are among the most reliable and trusted platforms for website hosting. As well as you can see, all of the sites that has in the right pie chart, you can see that most of the sites actually, all of them have an SSL certificate, so they all have this padlock that says that website is secure. So that's the point of the false security transmitted. We are not navigating a secure website. We are navigating a website in a way that nobody can intercept and manage to alter the connection. But the website itself is not secured. That's part of the cybersecurity process. So always earlier this week, we were talking about fear as being one of the best leverage for getting users' attention, user reaction. So fear is always also one of the best ways of delivering phishing attacks. If we can instill fear in someone, it's really, really easy for us to have a good response in terms of having the user clicking on a specific link. Another, at the beginning of this presentation, I mentioned the outage of the platforms to be considered as a security as well. So as the global cloud platforms are growing and becoming more and more critical, each time one of the major platforms have an outage, we see the impact on the common people. This news is from December 8th, so that means that from the last 24 hours, a major outage at Amazon disrupts businesses across the US. So whenever some of these outages happen, we have a bigger and bigger impact on common population. I'm used to say the bigger is the cloud, the worse is the storm that comes behind it. And actually this finds, sadly, some truth in reality. Fact is, problem and accidents may happen and will keep happening. Earlier this year, we had a major outage at OVH, one of the major providers on internet in Europe specifically. They had a fire at their data center. We can say whatever we want. We can keep talking about how this could happen, what could we do, how could this be avoided. The fact is that engineering is prone to failure. So whenever something happens, we just need to be prepared to face the consequences, know how to restart and how to work together to bring back the services. The other fact is when with a provider like this fails or has a major issue, the impact can be on a worldwide scale. We've seen what happened when Facebook had a failure last month. It was a major outage. It lasted a couple of hours, and it was due to a user error. So it was a human error. These kind of things happens, and they will keep happening. So the current landscape in our vision, it has its own pros, as in the security solutions are widely available. We cannot say we are not prepared to face these kind of problems. The technology advanced. We have major advancements in almost all forms of defense in terms of feasible attacks. The costs are really affordable for any business. We don't don't have this gap between the enterprise solutions and corporate solutions. We have widely documented solutions and ways of approaching the problem. We have automation and correlation widely available today, which was not available, say, 5 or more years ago. And the multi-factor authentication is becoming of common use among the people. So people and users are prone and used to use that. The cons is that attacks are delivered 24/7 every day. Every second we have tens of thousands of attacks. There are no bank holidays. So when the security team is at home for any kind of holiday, the attackers keep perpetrating and keep going on with attacks. The security requires continuous monitoring and improvement. The regulations are really, really quickly updated. So if we wait for legal frameworks, we can wait and not have an immediate response. This can take sometimes, in the best case scenario, months, in worst case scenario, years, in order to have some kind of legal feedback. And the impacts can be devastating. Consider just an idea of a hospital being stopped and unable to deliver its services. So as a small piece of advice I would like to suggest, especially to my colleagues, there is one term that has been around the mechanical engineering for decades, which is the MTBF, the mean time between failures. Any system is expected to fail within some well-specified amount of time. This specification, this value means that within that time we should expect this piece to go out of service for any reason, and we need to work on solving that issue before it happens. So expect failures. We need to expect failures, and we need to experience failures. We cannot think that things will keep going on and as they go. So if something is going on too well for too long, something wrong is about to happen, and it's going to hit us hard. So this is more or less shortly our landscape, our vision of what's going on in the cybersecurity overall, on small businesses, big businesses. That doesn't really make many difference. What changes is the impact that it has on common population. So this is shortly our contribution for this panel.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Sebastian. As exhaustive as always. So lots of points that they are not arrival point, but starting points.
Absolutely. There is actually once we used to say that security is not a product, it's a path. So it's something that when you start doing it, you just must keep doing it. You cannot think that once implemented the security, you are done with it. You just need to adapt to see what's happening, improving, reacting. Incident responses is something that needs to be in place. Otherwise, your security policy is lacking something. So we don't have an incident response policy. It means that you don't understand what the risk is, what the real risks are about cybersecurity. And this is something that we've seen happening really, really often.
The point is, the usual problem is that it won't happen to me. But when it happens to you,
it's already too late.
No, it's already 100% of the chance, because
Absolutely.
like my father used to say, I don't care if a sickness chance is 2%. When it's me, it's 100%.
100%, absolutely. Yes, it's just like sometimes I've heard people saying, well, even if it happens, my data does not have much value. Okay, but how much value does the data has to you? So whenever a professional association gets hit and all their data is stolen, for the market, this data may have no impact or no value. But if it makes close your activity, well, that means that the data has a meaning and has a value.
Or perhaps you cannot operate anymore because you.
That also faces legal. This is your area actually. It faces legal consequences, because if you lose your the customer's data or your patient's data, well, that's you can say, okay, I'm closing the activity. Okay, who cares? The problems comes from another source later on.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you very much, Sebastian.
Thank you again.
I dismiss you because I see that. Our next speaker is already waiting in the
I'm leaving the stage.
See you tomorrow.
No, Friday.
Friday.
Yep.
No, I'm just used to you are always there. So tomorrow
no problem.
We will shift roles for tomorrow.
Okay. Bye. Thank you all for coming.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Welcome. We are a little bit early, but
yeah, no worries.
Since you were already there, I invited you to stay.
Okay, so
do you have any slides, Klaudia?
Yes, I have, but I have a bit slow internet connection in my house. So I will put the presentation and stop the video to make sure that nothing will interrupt. Okay?
Okay.
No problem? So
you can start to upload it, and then I can send it on stage.
Okay. Where I can upload it? Share. Okay, I can see slides. Share slides on my computer.
We have still some minutes before official time, so
okay.
Don't worry.
It's uploading.
So today, right thread between all the panel was the matter of governance and culture. So our last panel is about the governance in biotechnologies and how do you deal with them.
It's faster now. Okay, it's uploading. When I stop my camera, it's uploading faster. It should be in a minute.
Don't worry, perfectly on time.
Okay, processing.
And it's here. It's a video or it's a slide?
It's a slide.
Okay. If you want to come back with the video, or if you want to have a speech.
I think I would not try because I'm not sure if it will not interrupt my connection. So I prefer to stay that, okay?
Okay, no problem. So would you like to introduce yourself, Klaudia, for a minute, for turn on the camera for just 2 seconds to introduce yourself, then you can.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Okay.
So please. Our next panelist is Klaudia Makowska, who is going to talk about lack of governance and cybersecurity in biotech. Would you like to introduce yourself? What do you do? Your title?
Okay. So hello, my name is Klaudia Makowska, and the topic I will talk about today is lack of governance and cybersecurity in the biotech industry. I am not a cybersecurity or governance specialist, but I am biotechnology engineer and master of bioinformatics. So I encounter the problems raised in my panel in my everyday work. So now let me just switch the camera and focus on my presentation because I have not good internet connection, so I wouldn't like something to interrupt me. Okay, firstly, I will talk briefly about the data governance in the biotech industry, and then I will move to a problem we want to raise awareness about, which is the lack of cybersecurity in the biotech industry. And this part is also related to the current situation and the COVID-19 pandemic. Can you see slide two? Yeah. Biotechnology follows the principle of using biological processes to develop products, processes, and systems that improve our lives. In this context, biotechnology is one of the key technologies that can help us overcome challenges of our time. This results is breakthrough products and technologies that fight diseases, minimize the ecological footprint, or improve food productions and create more efficient manufacturing processes. Biotechnology is developing rapidly and has a really high innovation potential. So one can say that biotechnology nowadays, it's everywhere. We can use it in areas such as agriculture, bioinformatics and bioelectronics, pharmaceutics, genomics and proteomics, food and nutraceutical biotechnology, biomarkers, industrial biotechnology, environmental and animal protections, and also many more. So biological sciences advanced mostly because of the developments in bioengineering, computing, data analytics, machine learning, and AI, artificial intelligence. Due to this development of biotech, we were able to, for example, create bio interfaces and wearables that connect technology and living beings and, for example, optimize and improve sensor use for patient monitoring and electronic-enabled drug delivery. And on the right, you can see the IntelliCap, which is the world's first oral electronic drug delivery and patient monitoring capsule that was developed by Medimetrics. Also, the improvements within the biotechnological manipulation field allow us to alter biological aspects of to obtain more flexible food production or to combat diseases, so we can more effectively fight cancer and improve food production. As we can see on the left picture, the genetically modified corn is much bigger than the organic corn. So many biotech applications in all life and industry areas could be mentioned here. However, this is not the time to talk about the achievement reached in biotechnology. So biotech companies, due to their unique characteristics, present high potentials with high risks. The success of a biotech company relies on multiple factors, and they include, but they are not limited to, scientific R&D breakthroughs, regulation policy and approval, sufficient funding and marketing capability. Also, intellectual property generation, maintenance, protection, and monitoring are critical at all stages of biotechnology company development. A company's intellectual property might be more valuable than its physical assets, whether that's trade secrets, employee know-how, or patents. In a digital world, cybersecurity has become very important for biotechnology companies. Nowadays, data governance with information governance should be the key element of corporate governance in the biotech sector. Information governance ensures appropriate behavior in the valuation, creation, storage, use, archiving, and deletion of information. It includes the processes, roles, and policies, standards, and metrics that guarantee the effective and efficient use of information in enabling a company to achieve its goals. All aspects of biotechnology are highly regulated, particularly manufacturing data, especially patient data, and clinical trials. The compromise of information security may affect the ability of an organization to provide services and may lead to fraud or destruction of data, disclosure of confidential information, impairment of credibility, etc. The cyber threats are diversifying and becoming more and more sophisticated, affecting an increasing number of organizations. Even before the ongoing of a global pandemic, biotechnology companies faced a challenging and dynamic environment as they tried to protect their data from cyber attacks. Without degrading their ability to innovate and extract value from technology investment, biotech companies have had to think through how to protect increasingly valuable digital assets and how to meet increasingly strict customer and regulatory expectations and navigate disruptions to existing cybersecurity models as they have had to adopt agile development and cloud computing. It has only been during the last few years or so that awareness of these new types of vulnerabilities is growing, especially related to the danger of intentional manipulation. Great efforts have been put into place rigorously to assess the new risks and threats. Nonetheless, cyber biosecurity is still in its infancy. There is still limited expertise to fully characterize and assess the emerging cyber biorisks, and it has been recognized that generic cyber and informatics security measures are insufficient now. The cyber vulnerabilities are associated with network data systems, laboratory equipment security, facility security, and engineering controls that may result in environmental contamination or pose a threat to the health of humans, animals, and plants, including the health of building occupants, the surrounding community, and users and consumers of products created by life science enterprise. Cyber bio risk range from the victim organizations unwittingly producing high consequences biological agents to the corruption of safety and security ensuring processes, with possibility hazardous downstream consequences affecting a broad spectrum of critical infrastructure sectors that you can see on the graph. In addition to consequences endangering public health, the environment, economy, and national security, the range of risks and threats can include sequestration of information for military and intellectual property purposes, which could be turned into economic warfare and also another pandemic when the viruses will be stolen from some company. So an interplay of several factors enchants these new dangers that disruption of manufacturing process aimed at poor product quality and economic loss, deliberate introduction of spreading of toxins and harmful substances. So as I say, it can be another pandemic because of the virus spread. Loss of confidence in the integrity of the process. But these are the risks that were more considered before the pandemic, because the COVID-19 pandemic initially triggered a spike in cyber attacks targeting, for example, the World Health Organization, government and medical organization, as well as the healthcare sector across the globe. But soon after, as drug makers and institutions started racing at unprecedented speed after coronavirus drugs and vaccines, these attacks have reached also sectors that were usually not in the spotlight of cybersecurity news, the biotech sector and pharmaceutical industry. And according to the analysis by cybersecurity firm Blue Voyant, the number of attacks against drug manufacturers was 50% greater in 2020 than in 2019. Also, cyber hacks have peaked in May 2020 after rising to 337% from 133 attacks in March to 5,152 attacks during the peak of the pandemic. And this finding demonstrates the significance of having adequate cyber security controls in place. And this is no different for pharmaceutical firms, particularly as cyber criminals seek to exploit the progression and experimentation of COVID-19 medication and vaccinations. The life sciences industry has been facing an increasing threat from cyber attacks long before the outbreak of this pandemic. For years, malicious actors have had an increased interest in this unique sector, and there are many reasons for this. And given the importance and prevalence of the intellectual property these biotech companies create and manage. Also, biopharmaceutical companies are a prime target for these malicious actors. And one of the primary reasons cyber criminals thrive during pandemics is because heightened emotional states like fear, make victims more susceptible to falling for scams. And according to World Health Organization, the number of cyber attacks launched has increased 5-fold during the COVID-19 pandemic. A similar phenomenon was also seen in 2005 after the Katrina hurricane, where thousands of fraudulent websites appeared soliciting fake donations and offering false government relief. And cyber criminals often pretend to be credited and trusted organizations like WHO, and therefore they exploit individual feelings of vulnerability in the uncertain time of a pandemic. And it not consider only the biotech sector workers, but also all of us, just regular people that live in the world. And what is clear, cyber attacks on life sciences and healthcare organizations are intensifying amid the global COVID-19 pandemic. And for example, ransomware attempts in the healthcare sector rose by a staggering 123% last year. This data was according to a report by the research firm SonicWall. So the potential consequences of a data breach depend on the size and stage of the organization, but can range from stolen IP, compromised clinical trials, litigation, and lost revenue through halted manufacturing, to name a few. No doubt, even big pharma companies will suffer. However, for smaller biotech companies, this can easily translate into the end of their operation. So here I put some of the best practices for cybersecurity governance, and they need to be employed in the biotech sector more often, because this sector is very vulnerable for cyber attacks. And these practices are, for example, employment of risk-based approach to security, hierarchical cybersecurity policy, accomplish and test backups, use two-factor authentication, educate employees. This is the most important, in my opinion, because when companies educate their employees to be aware of the cyber attacks they can be vulnerable to, they can prevent some of them, at least some of them. So in my opinion, the practice to educate employees and users is one of the most important, but also implement a network monitoring or network security devices, or encrypt their data, employ access controls, regularly test incident response, and etc. Actually, there are a lot of the practices that can be used for cybersecurity governance. And so I hope that my speech raised some awareness that lack of governance and cybersecurity is a big problem nowadays in the biotech sector. And most organizations from this sector should try to employ some of the cybersecurity practices to make their company's data more secure and prevent at least some of the attackers. As I said before, the potential consequences are very oh my God. can be very sorry, I crashed.
Severe or grave consequences?
Yeah, they have great consequences to all the all biotech sector, but also to all over the world. And I think that's it from me. So thank you very much.
Okay, so I bring you back on stage for the last few minutes of this day. So thank you very much, Klaudia. How this far, how much have you seen implemented cybersecurity in the place you have worked, without naming it?
Oh, okay. So for sure, the two the two-factor authentication. We had actually we were educated to not click on links that are not connected with our company. Also, they are doing the tests of their networks, test of the vulnerabilities of their networks. So I think also the laboratory equipment is more secure, that none of the workers cannot, the unauthenticated workers cannot use it and don't have access to it. Also, I think all of the biotech sector companies have also the facilities secured, because now we use badges and stuff that can help prevent spreading some data by some attackers that came into the building and somehow.
So there is a lot of protection on the physical part and the perimeter.
Yeah.
Perhaps what should be implemented is the governance culture of data. Yeah. How do you store it? How do you assess it? Or
exactly. So the data should be stored in more secure places, servers or something, not on Google Drive, like my friend Agnieszka said before, that universities store all of their data on Google Drive, which is not very secure, in my opinion.
Definitely not.
No, yeah. So they should try to seek for more secure options to store their data, especially the intellectual properties. They are working on many projects that are secret for inside the company, and should be secret for all other persons, and somehow some persons can manage to break through the securities and took this in
that case. We have
property.
Two ways, because the attack can come from outside, but also can come from the inside. So
yeah,
right. A personal case, my sister is a technician, an engineer. She designs trains. When they are working on a project, there is a software who store away the project in somewhere safe, but you don't know where it's stored. When
yeah, so
the next day when you have to work, it's the program that takes back and bring it to your own computer so you can work, but you don't know. So at the end of the day, you just don't put a USB in the computer and make a copy, because you can't. So that's kind of a solution needs to be implemented, even to prevent inside attack.
Also, scientists that are work in the biotech sectors are not that aware of the fact that they should not use their private emails from the work computers and such things. So the education, in my opinion, is the most important, because
or even use the workplace email in both uses, both personal and for job.
Yeah.
Which raises also issue for the company, because when they go and search through and find information, perhaps they should not read, like your appointment with your NL's facility because we have problems, but shouldn't be there.
Yeah, of course. So there are many problems actually, but I don't think that the smaller companies are worried about these problems, and they don't think they are at risk because they are small. But in my opinion, all companies should have considered the risk of the cyber attack, because there is, I don't think that this is important, that the company is a corporate big company that has 2,000 employees, scientists employed, or small company that has 100, because the company with the 100 can have an idea which can be used and make millions, and when the idea will be stolen from them, they cannot make the money, and
the competitive advantage is lost. A client of mine is very small, 4 people working with them, but he had some recipes for cleaning products which he just invented, are his own for 30 years. He has brand, but and now he's producing outside. If we didn't work on a privacy policy about these formulas, the producer who is producing for the client could steal everything after a few months. So it's problem not a matter of size, it's the matter of culture and the matter of estimating the right value of your information.
That's why also the biotech startups should have more, should be more concerned about the corporate governance, because actually there are many businesses that want to invest in the biotech startups, but due to the lack of corporate governance, they lost these investors, because when they are checking, they see that, okay, they don't use the corporate governance or any governance at all, so we don't want to invest into this startup, you know.
Because if you don't protect confidentiality, you are not a good investment.
Yeah, exactly. All money can be lost.
So is something we want to say, where a forecast for the future for 2022, on your opinion, where biotechnology should focus more on the people, or
in my opinion, on the people, to educate the employees, educate the users when they have some portals, and also to store their data in more secure places, not on servers that can be easily compromised by some attackers.
Thank you very much, Klaudia.
Thank you.
So thus ends our 3rd day at Internet Governance Forum in Poland. We'll be seeing each other tomorrow at 11 Central European Time.